Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the castle here at CCBC Essex. Aaron Thomas in the broadcast booth. Excited to bring you all the action as always. And what you just saw moments ago was the first pitch of our 9-inning showdown. Your CCBC Essex Knights inviting the Skipjacks of Chesapeake College into town. The Knights starter Logan Castro in a tough early spot as Marcelo Rosanova, the Skipjack shortstop, is the leadoff man. And it is a 4-pitch walk. Logan Castro issues an early base to the Skipjacks. Rosanova tosses the baton down to Will Sherwood, Skipjack's first baseman, and their left fielder, Dalton Williams, is the third half of the 1-2-3 to start things in the first. And Castro still searching for the first fastball of the day. Behind him at shortstop is Manuel Augustini at first, Joey Rosa at third, Connor Bailey at second, Yael Diaz. As we see as we see Castro find the strike zone for the first time. In the outfield, it's Diego Garcia in right. In left is Lauren Guerrero Guzman. Center field is Yariel Hernandez. And catching is Orville De Jesus. Castro coming back with 2 in a row now. Middle of the infield at double play depth, but Castro wants an out with the ball not being put in play. Will he get it? Came awfully close, but Will Sherwood just got a piece of that one to stay alive. Of course, nothing changes defensively on the alignment. Ready for a 2-for-1 special. And instead it goes into the outfield, deep to right. Garcia is there. Out number 1 in the first. No chance to advance, as now a 2-for-1 special could end the inning. Castro could get out, still facing the minimum. At least that's his hope right now as he goes to work facing Dalton Williams. Skipjack center fielder Collison Stalafis is on the on-deck circle now. Righty-righty matchup as you see Castro pick back over to first, trying to keep Rosanova tucked in for a bit. Middle of the infield once again at double play depth. Bailey ready to turn at third. And De Jesus with the pick back, mighty close, but Rosanova definitely got back in time. I'm sure he'll think about that, maybe take at least half a step less of a lead. Castro back to the struggles that we saw against Marcelo Rosanova, the leadoff hitter for the Skipjacks. 4 straight balls to him, and now it's 3 straight to Dalton Williams. 2 walks in the inning issued by Logan Castro now. So an early opportunity here for the Skipjacks to get the game's first run. 1 out in the top of the first. Skipjacks have a runner in scoring position. Collison Stalafis digging in here. Early jam for the Knights starter, as they may be looking at a bullpen day here, as warm-up action is already taking place and has been taking place really from the opening pitch. Let's see how long the leash is here for Castro. Using the opener, so to speak, as you used to see that from time to time at the major league level. Don't see that very often anymore. Castro keeping an eye on the man at second, trying to keep him as close as possible. Soft contact or an out with the ball not being put in play. That is what Logan Castro needs right now in this early jam. Got himself in a good spot right now. Can he execute? It's a 1-2 count to the Skipjacks cleanup hitter, and he knuckles one that touches the high grass in the outfield. Everybody moves up just one as that hung up in the air long enough for the man at second to have to hold up. And once he realized it was going to touch, he had to quickly get over to third, and he got there in time, but does take a run off the board. If he's running on contact there, maybe he scores, but hey, what could have been, what might still be. Early chance with the bases loaded here for Chesapeake. As Castro's grip on this game loosens just a bit. In a tight jam early in this game to start, but also just one pitch away as there is one out in the inning, so this could be it. 1, 2, in and out of the jam. A 0 on the board. Skipjacks had him loaded, settle for a 0. Hats off to you, Logan Castro. In a tough spot, but he kept a cool hand, and now he watches his boys swing the bats for the first time when we come back. What a start to the game. Skipjacks had the bases loaded, but the Knights found a double play to get in and out of the jam and find the 0 defensively. Diego Garcia now with the bat in his hand, starting the game off from the leadoff spot as he has most of this season, excuse me. Manuel Augustini right behind him, Joey Rosa in the third spot, Connor Bailey in the cleanup spot. It's Casey Parsons from the fifth spot. 6, 7, 8 is Lauren Guerrera Guzman, Yariel Hernandez, and Orville De Jesus. And in the 9 spot, it is Yael Diaz. Starter for the Skipjacks is Chase Taylor, and he has Diego Garcia down to his last strike early here. Chase Taylor living in the zone right now for the Skipjacks. Diego Garcia staying alive on that one, though. Fouling off the tough pitch. Does he see another pitch in the zone? And that one is behind him. Count moves to 1-2. Around the diamond for the Skipjacks, Marcelo Rosanova at shortstop, Will Sherwood at first. At third, it's Carson Stroud. At second, it's Hayden Askew. And Garcia sends that one up the elevator chute. Askew is over there at second, and he grabs out number one here in the bottom of the first. In the outfield for Chesapeake, in left is Dalton Williams. In center, it's Colison Stolfus. And in right, it's Colin Seawald. And catching for them is Elijah Sayre. Took 5 pitches to get the first out. Chase Taylor. I'm sure looking for a little quicker work here, but off to the same start. Beautiful strike through the zone. Manuel Augustini at the plate, the night shortstop, looking for their first hit of the day. And Augustini got caught holding the sword that time, as Taylor once again breaks one off. That one definitely fell out of the zone, but Augustini couldn't hold up. Seeing 2 straight breaking balls. Does Taylor have the guts to give him a third? No, he was looking to reach back and come in with the high fastball. Lost the touch on it early, as you saw. That one never had a chance. See if he can get Augustini chasing on the high one. Does he come back and do it again? No, it's another breaking ball, but this one Augustini stays away from. Moves the count to 2-2. So 2 straight strikes to start. Now 2 straight balls to follow up. Who's going to blink? Wow, what a pitch. What an eye. We got a battle here. I certainly know I would have swung at that one, and I know I wouldn't have hit it either. That was a beautiful breaking ball, but it did not find the strike zone. Here's the payoff pitch, and Manuel Augustini battles all the way back. Down 0-2, but refusing to swing at the junk. Earns first base. An exciting moment early here for the Knights, and the bat stayed on the shoulder of Augustini. Joey Rosa looking to get his hacks in as he digs in. Runner at first, looking to elevate something, as the Skipjacks want a double play of their own. And you see the idea, Chase Taylor trying to keep that ball low. Unable to find the zone, though, as he's missed on a few in a row. Augustini caught leaning there just a bit, but able to get back in time. Closer than he wanted it to be, I'm sure. Maybe he'll cut the lead down by half a step. It looks like he indeed has. Rosa still waits, and oh, he looked to bring the hands forward, and the umpire says, "You probably should have, young man." Rosa probably answered back with, "I don't think I could have caught up to it." Chase Taylor just blew that one by everybody. 1-1 now. Pick back, Augustini there. Lickety split. The battle will resume at the plate. If Rosa gets another one in that same spot and he can catch up to it, my goodness, he could send it for a ride. If it's high, let it fly. And Rosa thinking exactly that, finding the hole. Augustini not going over to third as he puts the brakes on. Everybody moves up one, but a good piece of hitting by Joey Rosa, making the adjustment. Bat to ball. Good things happen. Skipjacks had a chance for the game's first run in the top of the first. Now it's the Knights' chance for the game's first run. The sophomore third baseman Connor Bailey at the plate now. And Bailey watches Uncle Charlie come through and fall out of the zone. A breaking ball from Chase Taylor. It's a 1-0 start to Connor Bailey. Runners at first and second with one out. Really mirroring what we saw. And oh my goodness, it's over the head of the second baseman. And a tough break there for the Skipjacks as everybody now able to move up one. And outside of that play, what we just saw seconds ago, this really is mirroring the inning that we saw for the Skipjacks in the top of the first. A walk, a hit, guys in scoring position, but a chance to get in and out of the jam with a 0 still alive here for the Skipjacks. Though the inning does get a little sweeter on that head scratcher of a moment. Ball goes over the head of the second baseman and everybody moves up one. Augustini at third, Rosa at second. Bailey could score 2 now if he finds the outfield. You know they'll be running on contact. And Bailey tells him to hold up just a bit as he refuses to swing at the junk. Absolute beautiful day for baseball here at the Castle. The sun is shining. Breeze. It's light, but it's consistent. Currently blowing out towards left field right now. As the Knights fans ready to come up and out of their seats early in this one. Bailey trying to give them a reason. And there goes the contact, but the runners stay put as it's well out of play. Got a payoff pitch upcoming here, full count. Chase Taylor and Connor Bailey battling it out. Skipjacks and Knights off to a hot start in this one. Payoff pitch, Bailey swings and misses as he can't stay away from the junk. And now the Skipjacks just one pitch away from getting out of the jam and answering the Knights' 0 with one of their own. Connor Bailey goes down on strikes. And here comes the Knights designated hitter, Casey Parsons. Righty-righty matchup. Parsons, deadly hitter. Can he come up big for his team? A really nice game. Or really, I should say, 2 really nice games for the Knights earlier this week in their game on Tuesday. Didn't get the results that they were looking for against Hagerstown, but took them the distance both times in the doubleheader. It went into extras. Parsons watching one clip the inside portion of the zone. I don't think he was pleased about it. 1-2 count to the Knights designated hitter. 2 outs, 2 runners in scoring position. Chase Taylor, 1 pitch away. And he got him. 2 straight strikeouts for the Skipjacks as the Knights strand 2 runners in scoring position. And the starters in and out of jams early here. Dueling zeros to start as we are going into the second. Still scoreless. Swing and a miss to start things in the top of the second. And both teams thought they were going to grab the game's first run, but everybody here at the Castle still waiting to see it. In and out of jams on both sides. Castro and Chase Taylor maybe not getting the starts that they wanted, but getting the final results that they need. Castro, much better time around here to start as he gets Nicholas LaPretro to go down quickly on the ground out. Nicholas, the designated hitter for the Skipjacks, and hitting from the 6th spot, so it's 6, 7, 8 due up. And it's up and out of the Castle for Carson Stroud, on one pitch. My goodness, blink and you missed it. The Skipjacks do indeed grab the game's first run as Stroud goes up and out of the Castle, deep to left. Elijah Sayre now at the plate, the catcher for Chesapeake. Essex came into this game 31-13 on the year. Chesapeake 15-20. And Castro coming right back quickly as he throws a beautiful pitch to the Skipjacks catcher for strike one. The 0-1 pitch is fouled off. Elijah Sayre down to his last strike. Logan Castro issued 2 walks in the first. Got no strikeouts. Looking to grab his first K right here. The 0-2 pitch was a breaking ball that did not clip the top of the zone. Dangerous moment there. 1-2 count now to the Skipjacks number 8 hitter. Hayden Askew, their number 9 hitter in the on-deck circle now is, oh, that's in front. Orville DeJesus has to make the quick throw, and he does. Did not even hear that one come off the bat. That's how soft the contact was. A swing bunt, so to speak. Lands right in front of the Knights catcher, Orville DeJesus, and he keeps a cool head. Makes the play defensively, and now there are 2 outs in the inning. Logan Castro trying to get that 3rd out right here and avoid seeing the top of the lineup this early in the game, as the Skipjacks are 1 batter away from turning the lineup over and letting the leadoff man, Marcelo Rosanova, bat once again. That would, of course, be 2 straight innings with him seeing the plate. And Castro finding a little something extra on that one, but well out of the zone as Hayden Askew ducks to keep his head. 1-1, who's going to grab the advantage here? And Castro watches that one go into the outfield. Back-to-back innings with a little 2-out something. Oh, I guess it wasn't 2-out magic for the Skipjacks, as it was a double play that ended it in the first. More accurately, it would just be back-to-back innings, with the issue being pressed here by the Skipjacks. A home run, a single. They're getting to Castro once again. Well, I guess the silver lining would be that Logan has come into the zone much more frequently this time in the second. It was 2 walks in the first that really gave the Skipjacks all their action. All in all, the action continues as the top of the lineup does come up here once again. Marcelo Rosanova, back-to-back innings, digging into the left-handed batter's box for the Skipjacks. He walked in his first at-bat. He's sitting pretty right now, 2-1 in his second. And Rosanova sends that one foul into the trees down the left field line. Logan Castro just one pitch away from getting out of the jam with just a little bit of hurt. Middle of the infield, practically touching the grass. They are waiting for something to be hit hard, and it was, but it found the hole in between second and third. Back-to-back singles now to the right side. Three hits in the inning now for the Skipjacks. Will Sherwood at the plate with 2 outs and a runner at first and second. A second run of the day, potentially standing in scoring position right now for Chesapeake. Looking to continue their hot start, and Castro comes into the zone. They want to appeal, and they do. He says he didn't go around, kept the bat on the shoulder. Castro certainly dug deep for that one, as there was a nice pop on the mitt there, but couldn't get the call. This one into the outfield. Hernandez wants it, and he won't get it as it touches the gap. 1 run scores. Here comes a second. Throw to the plate is not in time as it gets away from Orville DeJesus. And that will be a 2-run double, and he will advance the third on the throw to the plate that gets away from the Knights catcher. That was very close. Could have had him at the plate if the throw was right there on the money, but what could have been, what might still be, as the Skipjacks have found a few extra runs here with 2 outs. And the day may be coming to an end for the Knights starter, Logan Castro. 2 outs and a runner at third in a 3-0 game when we come back. I'll hold on to that for a moment as the coach for the Knights is headed off the field. It's a very quick meeting of the minds. It is still Logan Castro's game, but there is still warm-up action in the bullpen as well, as we referenced that back in the first inning. That was really going on from the opening pitch. Castro will look to put it behind him. Elijah Sayre went down swinging for out number 2, in this inning. And then it has been 3 straight hits after that. Hayden Askew singling to left, Marcel Rosanova singling to left as well, and then a double to the right field gap, or I should say the right center gap, scoring 2 and pushing this to a 3-0 Skipjacks game right now here in the top of the second. Silver lining, of course, being currently for the Knights that there are 2 outs in the inning and a lot of baseball in front of them. Just got to find that 3rd out here in the inning. 4th run in the inning for the Skipjacks, though, 90 feet away, as the pressure is still very much on for the Knights starter, Logan Castro. 39 pitches into his outing right now. He's sitting on a 2-1 count, and it'll move to 2-2 as he gets a little bit closer to grabbing the 3rd out at Dalton Williams' expense. Dalton Williams is 0 for 0 on the day. He walked in his first at-bat. Can he go down on strikes here? Castro comes to the plate just a bit outside. That was certainly moving as DeJesus got to it, but he couldn't keep it in the glove. Got a payoff pitch here. Moment gets bigger. Skipjacks dugout coming alive. Runner at third, 2 outs. Full count pitch. Castro got him swinging. Joey Rosa thinks he has it at first, and indeed he does. Skipjacks strand a runner at third, but grab the game's first 3 runs here in the top of the second. Can the Knights answer and get at least one of those back, as this 9-inning game is off to a hot start for the visitors, the Skipjacks of Chesapeake Community College. And it is a ball to start things to Lauren Guerrera Guzman, the Knights left fielder, hitting from the 6th spot in the lineup, so it is 6, 7, 8. As the Knights in an early hole in this game, down 3 runs in the bottom of the second. Trying to answer early. This is a single game day here at the Castle. We are so used to doubleheader days where I'm always reminding you guys at home that we're only playing 7. So those later innings will get to you before you know it. But here today, we're going a full 9 innings. So still a lot of time left in this game, a lot of baseball left to be played. But of course, you'd rather play catch up early. At least take one step on the comeback trail. And Guerrera Guzman will go down on strikes as Chase Taylor answers back. It was 2 straight balls to start. Chase Taylor quickly found the zone and quickly got out number 1 here in the bottom of the second. Strikeout number 3 for Chase Taylor today. Ariel Hernandez, the Knights center fielder, watches a strike go through the zone as he starts off 0-1. Orville DeJesus, the Knights catcher, in the on-deck circle now. And Ariel Hernandez, deep, 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 and gone. Up and out of the Castle as Yariel Hernandez grabs run number 1 for the Knights. Falling over my words because I got a big old smile on my face on that one. Not only was that an awesome moment for the Knights, but selfishly, that was a pretty cool moment for me. That was right at me. That hit off the tree that is maybe about 5 feet in front of me. What a cool moment here at the Castle, as we have seen 2 home runs now. And we are off to a tremendous start in this game. Orville DeJesus swinging at the first pitch, finding the wrong side of the third base bag, though. Orville DeJesus now waits on the 0-1. And he's brushed off the plate. I thought that was going to be called for a strike. It was very close, but Orville DeJesus has a better eye than I do. Moves to 1-1. And of course, that is no surprise. Orville DeJesus, very solid catcher for this Knights team. If anybody on the team is going to have a good eye, it would be the catcher, right? 2-1 is that one well out of the zone. DeJesus fouling off that one as we're back to even 2-2 at the plate. On that pitch, I noticed our good friends at Chick-fil-A Nottingham Square driving off. Thank you to them for catering the event. Got some extra action around the campus here as there's a tennis tournament off to our left here of the baseball field. So we actually have 2 Chick-fil-A trucks today. Our good friends at Chick-fil-A Nottingham Square extra busy. Orville DeJesus still busy at the plate, staying alive, fouling off some tough pitches. Chicken sandwiches in the stands, great action on the diamond. Gotta come check out a game here before the season wraps up. 4 more games left on the season for this Knights team. I know at least 2 of them are here at the Castle. We'll tell you all about that when we get a break in the action. As it's not slowing down right now. DeJesus continues to foul off tough pitches, continues to stay alive. And that one brushes him off the plate again. We got a payoff pitch upcoming here for the Knights catcher. And again, he's brushed off the plate, but this time it does find the strike zone. What a battle there between Chase Taylor and Orville DeJesus, but Taylor getting the better of the Knights catcher in that moment, as it is now 4 strikeouts on the day for the skipjack starter. Trying to get out of this inning with just a little bit of hurt. The Knights trying to turn the lineup over as Yael Diaz swings at the first pitch, and he does just that. Goes right back up the middle. Here comes the leadoff man, Diego Garcia. A hit with 2 outs for the Knights. As they look to make this an even more productive inning. Home run earlier by Yariel Hernandez. Now a single with 2 outs by Yael Diaz. And here comes Diego Garcia. And you know Diaz is going to be moving at first sooner rather than later. And Chase Taylor knows that just like we do. Diego Garcia 0 for 1 currently. Two straight innings with the Knights leadoff man getting a chance to come to the plate. As once again, the action mirroring what we saw in the top half for the visitors. Remember, Skipjacks had their leadoff man come back up to the plate. Part of their big inning in the top of the second. Now Garcia hoping for more of the same here in the bottom of the second. Chase Taylor desperate to try and keep Diaz tucked away at first. You know he's got other plans. A respectable lead, though, as he honors the quick move. And there he goes. Throw down to second is in time. Got him. Wondered for a moment if Diaz got in under the tag, but the umpire says nay, nay. Caught stealing. Diego Garcia will continue his bat when the Knights swing him again, but Elijah Sayre makes sure that the inning ends right there for the Skipjacks. A caught stealing for him as he flexes the cannon from behind the plate for Chesapeake. And now we got a new man on the mound flexing the cannon for the Knights. Tell you all about it when we come back. It is a strike to start things for the Knights' new pitcher, Andy Martinez Rivera. He is dealing with Colson Stolfus. Had a hit in his first at-bat. He's 1 for 1 on the day currently. The Skipjack center fielder, Colson, hitting from the 4 spot. He is their cleanup hitter, so it's 4, 5, 6 due up. Colson, the only one of these 3 gentlemen with a hit so far today. As this game has taken its first turn in the direction of the Knights as they got 1 run in the bottom of the second. Took their first step on the comeback trail, and that man who just had the catch in center field was the man who got that run. A home run by Yariel Hernandez, moving the score to 3-1 on the big board as the top of the third is now underway. Colson going down on the flyout. Colin Seawald 0 for 1. Swinging at the first pitch and just foul. Rosa went down to one knee, got to it, was quick on the flip, and then he heard the umpire right behind him say, "Son, that one's foul." Great effort, all for none. And Andy Martinez Rivera couldn't find the inside portion of the zone. I always love the reaction from the Knights shortstop, Manuel Augustini. As fired up for his boys as anybody. And this one to the right side of the bag. Rosa makes the play and takes it himself. 2 quick outs. 4 pitches, 2 outs. You will live with that math. As now it is, or excuse me, 6 pitches, 2 outs. Sorry. Still tremendous math here for the Knights reliever Andy Martinez Rivera as he is making quick work out of the bullpen. Looking to finish the job here on the top of the third. Nicholas LePetro at the plate right now. The designated hitter for Chesapeake is 0 for 1 on the day. He's sitting in a good spot, though. 2-0 is the count. As I may have given Andy Martinez Rivera the old broadcaster's jinx. He's missed the plate on 3 in a row now. Get me over pitch. Gets him over and also draws some oohs and ahs. He dug down deep for that one. That one up and over the glove of Connor Bailey down the third base line. That's one, and it'll be just one. No, maybe a second as Lauren Guerrero Guzman throws his hands up and says that one is in the fence. Saw some cautious base running out there, staying at first initially, not wanting to run into an unnecessary third out on the bases, but he's awarded second as the ball is out of play, caught up in the fence. Some smart baseball there from Lauren Guerrero Guzman as he tries to touch that. If he tries to touch that, then it's in play. Orville De Jesus watches one stay in play as it gets away from him. This is a tough moment here for the Knights. Had 2 outs, and they were 1 pitch away from a 1-2-3, and instead it's a single down the left field line. He takes second on the ball being under the fence, and now he takes third on the pass ball, and now we've got some confusion out there on the plate. The umpire from second is making a call. Who knows what it is? I'm sure they on the field know. Out here in the broadcast booth, we know the action is just going to resume here in a moment. Carson Stroud, home run in his first at-bat. Seeing a beautiful breaking ball there as he started off in the 2-0 advantage. Watches it move to 2-1 now. As this is a big spot now, building on both sides. The Skipjacks looking to get that run right back. The Knights went to the bullpen. Andy Martinez Rivera got 2 quick outs, but now he's in a quick jam. Runner 90 feet away, but 2 outs in the inning. Can he execute? He misses there, and it will be a walk to Carson Stroud. They're at the corners now with 2 outs. Elijah Sayre, the Skipjacks catcher, 0 for 1 on the day. Stepping up in a big spot as the moment just gets bigger for both sides. The objective stays the same. Skipjacks trying to get that run right back. Knights trying to get in and out of the jam. Keep this game right where it is. We see some warm-up action in the bullpen as we see that one go out of play down the right field line. So indeed, it is a bullpen day for this Knights team. Not expecting anyone to really go that many innings. Everybody's available on this 9-inning Thursday, and what a pitch from Martinez Rivera. Snagging the inside portion of the strike zone. Can he force the Skipjacks to strand 2 on? 0-2 count. Throw down to second is in time. Got him! Both catchers catching a runner stealing. In and out of the jam as Orville De Jesus shows off the cannon and keeps this game right where it is, 3-1, as the Knights will look to take another step on the comeback trail when we come back in the bottom of the third. It is 3-1. Diego Garcia back in the batter's box to start things in the bottom of the third. I say back in the batter's box as he was in the batter's box to close out the bottom of the second, as the third and final out in the second was made on a caught stealing. And the third and final out in the top of the third was on a caught stealing as well, as both catchers on fire here to start things, as the action has not slowed down since the first pitch. Skipjacks got out to an early 3-0 lead. Knights took their first step on the comeback trail in the bottom of the second, but also stranded a runner out there on base. And they take a second step on the comeback trail here in the bottom of the third. Garcia swings at that one, fouls it off. Garcia, not only the leadoff man in this inning, but the leadoff man in the lineup for the Knights here today. So it's 1-2-3. Garcia refusing to go fishing there. Garcia is 0 for 1 today, but the man in the on-deck circle right behind him, Manuel Augustini, walked in his first at-bat, and then right behind him in the third spot is Joey Rosa. He had a single. And Garcia wears one off the hip, it looks like. No matter how you get on, as long as you get over and come in. That's always the strategy for this Knights team. Get them on, get them over, get them in. Garcia found his way on. Can somebody get him over? That job now belongs to Manuel Augustini, the Knights shortstop. I said moments ago, he walked in his first AB. Garcia gets back on the dive, as Taylor has shown the quick move more than a few times. Had the quick move that time, but the throw was high and away from the Skipjacks first baseman, but he kept it close enough for Garcia not to get a chance to move. Knights speedy leadoff man still tucked away at first for now. If you've been with this Knights team all season long, as we have, you know he's going to be moving sooner rather than later, despite a caught stealing already for this Knights team. They are not going to slow down on the bases. Not now, not never. They live and die by the sword, so to speak. And they have been doing a lot of living. 31 wins on the year, 31-13 coming into this game, and losses 12-13 were just earlier this week. Extra inning losses to Hagerstown in the doubleheader on Tuesday, so the Knights trying to get that bitter taste out of their mouth here today, as Augustini refuses to go fishing. Augustini ahead in the count. 2-0. Garcia with a strong secondary lead there, as the count now is 3-0. Say hi to that young man from Cecil, making a wow run, or excuse me, that young man from Chesapeake. Making a quick wow run for the dugout and bullpen, I'm sure. The action on the field resumes. The battle at the plate only gets bigger, as Manuel Augustini gets the best of Chase Taylor. It is 2 straight batters to reach safely now for the Knights. Neither one of them getting a hit. A hit by pitch to Diego Garcia and a walk to Manuel Augustini. A 4-pitch walk at that. Here comes the Knights' first baseman, Joey Rosa. And it'll come at the end of this meeting of the minds. No coaches out. Oh, now here comes the coach. Didn't see the coach walking onto the field at first. Have some warm-up action just now starting to take place in the bullpen now for the Skipjacks. He is doing the arm circles right now, so he hasn't thrown a pitch yet, so it is still very much Chase Taylor's game. Coaching staff and defense want to talk about how to get in and out of this jam with as little hurt as possible, as Chesapeake still up. Their lead is getting smaller. They were up 3-1, or excuse me, they were up 3-0, but now they're up just 3-1. Always important to throw strikes, but that much more important with two speedy runners on right now. Could be the potential tying run. There's an out at second and no out at first, as they'll be at the corners as Augustini goes in hard at second. And Rosa gets himself on the fielder's choice. Nice concentration in the middle of the infield for the Skipjacks. Shortstop Marcel Rosanova making the initial play, and then the second baseman Hayden Askew staying on top of it. And that is maybe another out as Bailey goes into the glove of the first baseman, but it's an RBI with that out. As of course Garcia was able to advance to third on the last ground ball. He's able to advance home on the next one. And now it is a one-run game. But there are two outs now. Potential tying run standing in scoring position, though, for the Knights. Can they find some two-out magic? Parsons at the plate with Rosa at second. Connor Bailey ground out to first on a hard hit ball. That was a heads-up move there from the Skipjacks first baseman, Will Sherwood. Showing off the sure hands. Getting to the hard hit ball, and oh my, that is very close. Rosa just gets back and under the tag as maybe the ball beat him to the bag. But the high was a little, the throw was a little high. So I think that gave Rosa an angle to slide under the tag. He's still got a big lead at second. He's ready to move on contact. And Parsons with the contact, but just foul. Parsons sitting on 1-1. Waiting for the pitch. You know Taylor's coming through the zone, does not want to give up more base runners. He right now is dealing with the game-tying run on right in scoring position already. Doesn't want to introduce the potential go-ahead run. One pitch away from getting out of the jam with just a little bit of hurt in the game. Still in front of the Skipjacks. Another throw back to second, and that eats up Rosa. As Rosa and the ball colliding that time. Tough break for the Knights' first baseman. Usually in a situation like that, you're willing to eat a face full of dirt. Rosa eating some dirt and some baseball there as the coaching staff on the field. We got, I don't remember who the old MLB player was who took his pants off by accident on the field, but we just had a situation like that. Rosa Being told to tuck in his jersey once again. Oh, a little comedy here. Look good, play good. That's what my dad used to say growing up. He used to say, boys, we're going to play hard and we're going to look like gentlemen doing it. Rosa looking like a gentleman now with the jersey tucked in at second. A little worse for wear, but staying in the game. Wants to maybe grab the game-tying run here. 2 outs. Runner at second. Parsons sky high. And the look of frustration on his face says it all. An easy out to the third baseman. In and out of the jam, but damage done once again as the Knights take another step on the comeback trail. Inch a little bit closer. Skipjacks now only up 1 as we are through 3 innings, and it is a 3-2 game for the visitors. So the Skipjacks just watched the Knights inch a little bit closer. They were up 3, then they were up 2. Now they're just up 1. Top of the 4th has arrived. Andy Martinez Rivera is on the mound once again. He is reliever number 1 for this Knights team as they go down to the appeal, and Martinez Rivera likes what he sees. Andy got Elijah Sayer down to his last strike. It's 0-2 to the Skipjacks catcher. And he knuckles one into center, but Hernandez is there after 1 or 2 steps forward. And Elijah Sayer finally gets his swings in as he started this top of the 4th in the batter's box and also ended the top of the 3rd in the batter's box as the final out in the top of the 3rd was a caught stealing. Both catchers showing off the cannon as we've seen some great pitching, some great offense, and some great defense. What a day for baseball here at the Castle. What a week for baseball as the Knights didn't get the results they were looking for against Hagerstown, but they went the distance literally as both games went into extra innings. And I think both teams walked away with that one for a healthy respect for one another and realizing that that was probably just round 1. Those two teams more than likely going to be matching up in the playoffs as that is right around the corner. Bottom of the 4th could be right around the corner as it's another quick out. Yariel Hernandez busy in center field as he's made both outs. Last one coming off the bat of Hayden Askew. Silver lining for the Skipjacks here in the 4th is Marcelo Rosanova. Their leadoff man is back in the on deck, or excuse me, back in the batter's box. He's yet to make an out, and that trend will continue as that one gets away from Rosa at first. Goes all the way down the line. Strong throw. He's looking at third, and the throw will not be in time. They had him for a moment, maybe by half a step. If that throw is right into the chest of Connor Bailey and he's able to go down on the tag, maybe they get him. What could have been, what might still be, is that is a Little League triple for Marcel Rosanova. Had a walk and a hit already today and reached on an error that time around, but was eventually able to advance to third, so all's well that ends okay. That may be the last pitch of the day for Andy Martinez Rivera. 2 outs and a runner at third, and indeed, it looks like a new man is coming into the game as somebody's moving around in the bullpen, making his way towards the field, or maybe not. Maybe he's just ready for when the moment calls. And the moment could be sooner rather than later. I'm sure that's what the coaching staff is reminding Andy Martinez Rivera right now, politely, of course. Nobody knows that better than a reliever. Coming into a game in a tight spot, leaving a game in an even tighter spot. Hero or goat, almost time in and time out. It is a hard life, but whatever you choose in this life, it's usually got some heartache to go along with it. Andy Martinez Rivera, well aware of the challenge in front of him and now ready to get back to it. Came into this game with his team down 2 runs. Was able to spot the Knights a 0 in the top of the third, looking to do the same here in the top of the fourth. But he does have a runner at third right now. But of course, most importantly, there are 2 outs. Will Sherwood at the plate, 1 for 2 with 2 RBIs. And he watches one just out of the zone. Andy Martinez Rivera trying to clip the bottom half of the strike zone. On the wrong side of the knees, though, says the ump. 1-0 count. Moves to 2-0 as Orville DeJesus cannot spot him on the frame. Nice move from the Knights catcher, but the ump not being fooled. Will Sherwood not going down easy. And Martinez Rivera falls off on that one, and a run will score. And that is a tough break there for the Knights. You always hear coaches, no matter what sport it is, talk about make them earn it. And that one certainly doesn't feel like it, as not only the balk, but him getting over to third on the error as well. But doesn't matter how you get him as long as you get him. And the Skipjacks grab another. It's now a 2-run game for them as they push the Knights back just a bit. And Andy Martinez Rivera has pushed himself up against the wall here. Will Sherwood with the walk. Dalton Williams now digging into the right-handed batter's box. The left fielder for Chesapeake is 0 for 1. Swinging at the first pitch. Skipjack's currently 4 for 6 with 2 outs. Both teams hitting over 300 with 2 outs. Orville DeJesus can't get to that. Throw is over everybody's head. And he doesn't advance to third because he doesn't realize it until it's too late. As Orville DeJesus got away with one there. You saw he was throwing on the spin. You knew that was probably going to be trouble, and indeed it was. A stolen base for Chesapeake. Another run in scoring position for them. As we saw some great defense from the Knights in the top of the third here in the top of the fourth, shooting a couple of toes off. Already one run has scored in this inning for the Skipjacks and flirting with the second, but the Knights also flirting with shutting the door and forcing the Skipjacks to strand a runner in scoring position. Dalton Williams had a 2-1 count moments ago. Now it moves to 2-2 as he fouls one down the third base line. Andy Martinez Rivera, one pitch away. Can he find it? Oh, that one going. And LA is there at the wall, and it's up and out of the castle. 2 runs on one swing of the bat. The Skipjacks have now hit 2 home runs here today, and we have seen 3 leave the yard between the two teams, and that one scared a little puppy going for a walk. Both home runs to left field for the Skipjacks, as that will be the final pitch of the day for Andy Martinez Rivera. The score is now 6-2. Skipjacks enjoying their largest lead of the day. The Knights had taken 2 steps on the comeback trail, got this game to a 1-run game. It was 3-2 when we started the top of the fourth. Andy Martinez Rivera had gotten 2 quick outs, and then the Skipjacks grabbed 3 quick runs. It is now 6-2 on the big board. There is still 2 outs in the top of the fourth, but now there's a new man on the mound for the Knights. It is Steven Gonzalez Rodriguez. And he starts Colson Stolfus off 0-1. Colson 1 for 2. Skipjack center fielder, hitting from the cleanup spot. Right behind him, the number 5 hitter, Colin Seawold, 0 for 2. Let's see if the Knights can make it end right here with Stolfus, though. And Steven Gonzalez Rodriguez missing on back-to-back breaking balls that just never broke through. It was 1-1, now it's 2-1, as Colson has the advantage. Steven got to come back into the zone. And he does just that. Gets it back to even. 2-2. Who's going to blink? Skipjacks trying to continue the hot inning. They have been on fire with 2 outs, swinging the bat so far here today. Trying to continue that trend. The Knights trying to close the door. Here's the pitch. And it's fouled down the first base line. Colson Stolfus has earned the right to see one more. Told you the the Skipjacks bats were on fire with 2 outs. They are currently hitting 700 on the day with 2 outs. 5 for 7 on the day. No better time than right now to pop that balloon. That is what the Knights are thinking. All good things must come to an end, and maybe the end of this run will bring the winds of change, as the Knights have been in this game. Can they get themselves back in the game? Dealing with the Skipjacks' largest lead right now, 4 runs, and that one, oh, so close. The inning continues for at least one more batter. Colson Stolfus staying alive, earning that trot down the first base line, as that was a long battle that he got the best of the Knights reliever. Steven Gonzalez Rodriguez issues a walk to the first batter he sees. And he has to deal with Colin Seawold now. Steven quickly puts that battle behind him and starts the new one off on the right foot, 0-1. And Orville DeJesus thought about the pick-back play, but realized that he had no chance. Also lost it a little bit on the transition. I think that probably slowed down the chance. Or more accurately, brought it to a halt. Battle resumes at the plate. A little too far inside, as things now pointing in the direction of the Skipjacks, as Colin Seawold has the advantage, 2-1. Still 2 outs in the inning. Put a runner at first. Can they build on it? Big swing and a miss. You know Colin Seawold was trying to build on it there. He was looking for home run number 3 for the Skipjacks. Trying to hit it to the parking lot behind the parking lot. Swinging over top of the ball instead, and now Steven Gonzalez Rodriguez 1 pitch away. Can he get it there? And throw to second is not in time, as the runner wears it on his backside. You saw the pump there. Orville DeJesus initially thinking he was going to pick back to first, then realizing the runner just broke to second. That slight hesitation probably gave the Skipjacks the run there, or excuse me, the stolen base there. Knights trying to make sure it doesn't turn into a run. Battle continues at the plate. Man on the mound still 1 pitch away, and it will stay that way. Colin Seawold fights off a tough one. We got a full count pitch coming up once again. Skipjacks have a runner in scoring position once again in the inning. But the Knights trying to slam the door. And instead, they're watching Colin Seawold foul off tough pitch after tough pitch as the battle continues for one more. The Knights trying to bring a close to the top of the 4th. Give their boys a chance in the bottom half to play some catch-up. The pitch, the walk, back-to-back walks issued by Steven Gonzalez Rodriguez. And some warm-up action taking place in the bullpen once again for the Knights as their bullpen day continues, just like this 4th inning continues. Nicholas Lopreto at the plate, 1 for 2. Skipjack's designated hitter is. Libretto swinging for the fences. Soft tink off the bat there. Wasn't sure he was underneath of it, though, as it went over his shoulder, his back shoulder, underneath of it. Probably not over top of it. Let's see if he makes the adjustment. No chance on that one. What a beautiful pitch. Steven Gonzalez Rodriguez breaking one through the strike zone. One pitch away from shutting the door on the top of the fourth. He wants the strikeout. Can he get it? No, that one up the elevator shaft and out of play as it goes behind the plate. Still sitting in a good spot, 0-2 is the count. 2 outs in the inning. Runner at first and second, though, and damage, of course, already done by the Skipjacks. And shuts the door on the inning right there. One pitch later, Steven Gonzalez Rodriguez does get the K. Skipjacks strand 2 runners on, but grab 3 in the fourth to match the 3 that they got in the second. Add it all up. It is currently 6-2 Chesapeake. Sitting pretty right now. The Knights, their turn to swing the sticks in the fourth when we come back. And the game takes another another turn in the direction of the Skipjacks, thanks to a couple of runs. 3 runs in the top of the fourth as the visitors, the Skipjacks of Chesapeake College, enjoying their largest lead of the day, 6-2 right now. As we start things in the bottom of the fourth, Chase Taylor still on the mound for Chesapeake. He is dealing with Lauren Guerrera Guzman to start things, which means it is 6, 7, 8, the trio due up as the Knights looking to play catch up once again. They were down 3-0 earlier, got the game back to a 1-run game with runs in the second and third, and then the bottom fell out there for a moment. Looking to do some patchwork once again. Down but not out, but running out of time. But LA putting one back up the middle as it's a leadoff single in the bottom of the fourth. Could be just what the doctor ordered for this Knights team. Always seems like when you need it most, here comes the hot part of the lineup. And here's a sizzling bat right now for the Knights. Yariel Hernandez 1 for 1 with an RBI as he drove himself in earlier on a home run. Could drive someone else in this time as LA stands at first. No outs in the bottom of the fourth. Hernandez watches one fly through the outside portion of the strike zone. Revenge on the mind for Chase Taylor. Damage on the mind for Yariel Hernandez, who's going to execute. And Hernandez wears one. He'll take that too, of course, as the Knights in need of base runners. And now they've got two of them. Here comes Orville DeJesus. What a game this has been. Back and forth between the two teams from the opening pitch. Some big pitches upcoming here for Chase Taylor. No outs, 2 runners on. Orville DeJesus showing the bunt. Can he execute? And he takes the bunt away as that one out of the zone. Better believe that bunt sign's still on. They want to move those 2 runners into scoring position. They have 1 in scoring position already. LA at second, right behind him, Yariel Hernandez. They are 2 speedy gentlemen for this Knights team, so let's see them fly. And there they go. The play is at first, and the throw is in time. They trade an out for 2 runners in scoring position. Small ball executed to perfection there by the Knights, which is, of course, no surprise to you guys at home if you've been with us all season long. Get them on, get them over, get them in. Yael Diaz, it's his job to finish the third half of that scenario. Can he get him in? Swinging at the first pitch, finding the hole down the line, but on the wrong side of the bag. Oh, what could have been, what might still be. As remember I said, those are 2 speedy runners on right now for the Knights. So something into the outfield could score 2. You know they're going to be running on contact. Diaz, no contact this time. Is that one out of the zone? Low. Got a 1-1 count upcoming here. Or excuse me, a 1-1 pitch upcoming. Who's going to grab the advantage? Big spot in the game. And Diaz watches one fly through. I think that was a beautiful breaking ball. Tough to really see from the center field spot that we're at here. I don't know if that broke down or in. Regardless, it had some movement on it. It was a pretty pitch. 1-2. Diaz got a piece of it. Oh my, another beautiful pitch from Taylor. I'm sure he thought that was strike 3. Diaz said nay, nay. The moment gets bigger here at the Castle. Warm-up action taking place in the bullpen for the Skipjacks. But the battle continues at the plate. Diaz waits on the 1-2. And now it moves to 2-2 as he refuses to swing at one out of the zone. High. On the wrong side of the letters that time. As everyone moves closer to the edge of their seats. The Knights fans hoping for a reason to jump out of him. Diaz, can he give it to him? Skied high, but it doesn't look like it's going to leave the infield, and indeed it won't. Now there are 2 outs in the inning. Askew, the Chesapeake second baseman, makes the routine play. Game taking a turn, at least for a moment, in the direction of Chesapeake. as Orville DeJesus got the first out on the sac bunt. Diaz gets the second on the pop out. Silver lining for the Knights as here comes the top of the lineup. Diego Garcia 0 for 1 with a walk, or excuse me, I think he was hit by a pitch. Either way, he's gotten on one time today. He's looking for his first hit. He could score two with one swing of the bat. And Garcia keeps the barrel on the shoulder right now as he watches another one go out of the zone. 2-0 to start to the Knights' leadoff man. And Garcia watches one go behind him. It's 3-0 now. You know he's going to have the take sign. Nice athletic move from Elijah Sayre to get to that. That looked like it was going to be a pass ball coming out of the hand. Runners have to stay right where they are. Garcia takes his base. 4 straight balls. As now the bases are loaded for Manuel Augustini, who is yet to make an out today. Now, of course, he's yet to get a hit as well. He's sitting on 0 for 0, a walk and a hit by pitch. And here comes the infield pressed in. Oh no, they're going to talk to it. They're going to talk it over. And that may be the last pitch of the day for Chase Taylor. As here comes the coaching staff. And we are going to take a break with the two teams. The bases are loaded in the bottom of the 4th. 2 outs. Manuel Augustini digging into the batter's box in a moment that every little kid dreamed about. Bases loaded. 2 outs. Down 4 runs. That's the kind of thing dreams are made of. The action resumes. The ball is still in Chase Taylor's hand, and that one gets away. 1 run scores, and everyone moves up 1. So they were loaded for Manuel Augustini, and now it's just 2 runners in scoring position. What a travesty. The moment still large and still in front of both of these two teams. Who's going to grab the brass ring, so to speak? Manuel Augustini could still be the hero as he is the game-tying run at the plate now. As we started the bottom of the 4th with a 6-2 game, and now it is a 6-3 game as Lauren Guerrero Guzman comes around to score on the wild pitch. Ariel Hernandez at third, Diego Garcia at second. Speed still on the bases for the Knights, so Augustini, of course, wants something he can hit up, and away. Tie the game with 1 swing of the bat. If he can touch the outfield in any way, shape, or form, he could score 2. And Augustini has no chance as it's another walk issued by the Skipjacks pitching staff. 2 straight walks by Chase Taylor, and now the coaching staff comes onto the field once again, and we will see a new man on the mound for the Skipjacks. The game-tying run is on base for the Knights, as for the second time in this inning, the Knights have the bases loaded. Man coming to the plate with 2 outs. I'll say it once again. This is the stuff dreams are made of if you've got the stick in your hand. A big moment for the Knights as they try and tie it up when we come back. And the moment continues here for both teams. We got a huge spot in the ball game in front of us here at the Castle. Bases loaded, 2 outs, bottom of the 4th. Joey Rosa is at the plate. 3-run game right now. So Mr. Rosa standing at home. The potential go-ahead run. Aaron Snyder on the mound now for the Skipjacks. He is reliever number 1, and that's very close. Got him! Oh my goodness! Manuel Augustini caught leaning at first. A pickoff play brings the action to an end here in the bottom of the 4th, and the Knights strand the bases loaded. My goodness, what a moment here at the Castle. What a game as the action will resume. The Knights with a tough break there, but they did take 1 step on the comeback trail. Now down just 3 runs, 6-3 through 4 innings. Steven Gonzalez Rodriguez back on the mound to try and make sure it stays that way. They say in baseball, momentum only as good as the next day's pitcher. I think that's very true. And it's also very true to say momentum only as good as your mind. How quickly can you put that tough at-bat or tough play behind you? And we just saw a tough moment from the Knights unfold in the bottom of the fourth, and they have quickly put it behind them and grabbed the first out in the top of the fifth. As much of a backbreaker that felt like in the moment, it certainly wasn't a deal breaker. That's what matters most. The game will continue. And this inning will continue with somebody on as that one finds the gap in left center. Hernandez quickly getting that ball back in. As Elijah Sayre, has a one-out single. And now Steven Gonzalez Rodriguez is thinking about the 2-for-1 special to get out of the fifth. Hayden Askew, Skipjack's second baseman, is 1 for 2 on the day. And he is the number 9 hitter, so a double play would be huge for the Knights. That would give them a chance to not see the top of the lineup here in the fifth. And of course, Chesapeake well aware of that. They're trying to sacrifice an out for a player in scoring position. Saw the bunt there a moment ago from Askew. Does he still have it on? Swinging away this time, sending one up, and into the glove of the Knights' second baseman, Yael Diaz. That took a long time to come down. He hit it over the skyscraper, but not out of the field, or not out of the infield. Knights do have to deal with the top of the lineup once again for the Skipjacks, as it's Marcelo Rosanova. He has reached base safely every time up. He's 1 for 2, but that doesn't tell the whole story. He was able to reach base safely on a throwing error. Then he went all the way from first to third and then eventually came around to score. And he was a part of that big inning that got the Skipjacks up 4 runs. Of course, the Knights took that first step on the comeback trail moments ago, so now the lead back down to 3. But that is familiar territory as the Knights started the game down 3. It has been the Skipjacks' day from opening pitch, but the Knights not going down quietly. Still plenty of time to take those last few steps on the comeback trail, get back to even, and maybe get themselves up for the first time today. In need of runs, but got to get the outs first. 1 out away from getting out of the fifth. Steven Gonzalez Rodriguez dealing with a man at first. Watching Marcelo Rosanova go up and out of the castle. 3 home runs on the day for the Skipjacks as Rosanova flipped the bat on that one. That was an absolute no-doubter. As it continues to be the Skipjacks' day, they continue to do damage with 2 outs. Before that moment for the Skipjacks, they were 5 for 8 with 2 outs. Oh, that's going to go up just a bit. Go down the full hitting numbers for the Skipjacks as we see runs number 7 and 8 go up there on the big board. Skipjacks now 6 for 9 with 2 outs, hitting 667 on the day. 5 for 10 with runners on, 3 for 6 with runners in scoring position, 1 for 5 the leadoff man is. They're 0 for 1 with runners on and less than 2 outs, and 0 for 1 with the bases loaded. The first half of those numbers, too good to ignore. Once again, 6 for 9 with 2 outs, hitting over 600. And hitting 500 exactly with runners on and runners in scoring position. Skipjack's bats on fire right now. The Knights pitching not doing poorly, just not executing as well. They are 100 pitches into their day. 56% of their pitches have gone for strikes. Just too many hard hit balls and not enough of them like that going right into the glove of the Knights defense. Yael Diaz there for the line out. But once again, damage done for the Skipjacks as they make it 2 innings in a row going deep. It is now 8-3. The Knights look to take another step on the comeback trail in the bottom of the 5th as they keep getting pushed back. And the action resumes here at the Castle after the game takes another turn in the direction of our visitors, the Skipjacks of Chesapeake Community College. This game has taken turns in both directions, but too many times in the opposite direction for your CCBC Essex Knights. The Knights grabbed a run in the second, the third, and the fourth, but just one run each time, having to settle really for one run each time. They were pressing for more, but being held at the gate, so to speak. Skipjacks not having the same issue. A lot of crooked numbers on the board for them. 3 in the second, 3 in the fourth, and then another 2 spot in the 5th. Enjoying an 8-3 lead right now, and now 1 out in the bottom of the 5th as Joey Rosa goes down on 3 straight. Aaron Snyder, reliever number 1 out of the pen for Chesapeake, got out of the jam that he inherited. And now looking to make quick work of the rest of this game. Connor Bailey at the plate, 0 for 2 with a strikeout, but does have an RBI as well. As the Knights not down, or excuse me, they're down but not out. But they all are also running out of time here. Not nearly as much time left in this baseball game. We aren't at the spot where we're counting outs just officially yet, but we'll be there soon. So the Knights got to play catch up, and they got to do it quickly. Sophomore third baseman Connor Bailey taking that first step potentially for the Knights as he gets himself on with a single back up the middle. And in a game where the Knights are in need of base runners, that is a big first step. Comes with a sigh of relief as Casey Parsons now digs in. Connor Bailey grabs not only the first hit of the inning, but the first hit of the game for him. Let's see if Mr. Parsons can do the same. He's 0 for 2 on the day. Parsons doesn't have that RBI to at least make him happy that Bailey had. He's in Worst spot, 0 for 2 with a strikeout, but of course no better time than right now to reverse that trend. No better time than right now for the Knights to tighten it up on the bases. Some caught stealings and also getting caught leaning on the pickoff play. Knights got to avoid running into unnecessary outs on the bases, but also got to be aggressive as well, as they need runs. Got to live in that sweet spot between being aggressive and being safe. Now, of course, that is a lot easier said than done. Casey Parsons awaits the 2-1 pitch. Another pick back play, very close. As Bailey, I bet, will cut his lead down by half a step. Aaron Snyder looking for something that results in a weak contact, as the Skipjacks want the double play, and Parsons staying strong, not only fouling that one off, but also walking it off, as that one was fouled off of his bat and then off of his shin. He's walking it off, but you know he's also gritting the teeth, as that never feels good. 2-2 count now to Parsons, as Bailey still stuck at first. Now Snyder thinking about a potential strikeout, as we do see Bailey cut his lead down just a bit. He's back standing this time. Snyder thinking about the strikeout. Parsons thinking about something he can elevate. There goes Bailey. Hit and run. Strike him out. Throw him out. No. Bailey gets in before the ball does. Parsons goes down on strikes, though. And now they call him out. Did he step off the bag and then they got him? I'm not sure. Regardless, it's a double play for the Skipjacks. Strike him out, throw him out. Chesapeake in and out of the bottom of the fifth, seeing the minimum. A 0 on the big board. 8-3 is still the score as we are through 5 innings. First pitch swinging is a foul off the bat of Dalton Williams. Steven Gonzalez Rodriguez, reliever number 2, out of the bullpen for the Knights. Off to a good start. Oh, would have been an even better start if he could have got the call there, as that one does not clip the zone, says the umpire. Count moves to 1-1. Dalton Williams, the number 3 hitter for Chesapeake, which means it's 3, 4, 5. 2 hits between these 3 gentlemen. Dalton Williams 1 for 2 with 2 RBIs. Back up the middle and no one there, as it will be a leadoff single for the Skipjacks. 4 innings left between these 2 teams, as the 6th inning off to a hot start for the Skipjacks. Knights have 4 innings to find more than a few runs, as they're down 8-3 right now. And first pitch swinging again. Garcia feels like he's got a chance at that one, and he gets to it. No throw back to first, as he never moved. Dalton Williams. Some heads up base running there. Not getting caught in the middle. Hats off defense from Garcia out and right. Figuratively and literally, as he lost the cap on the chase there. But got what mattered. Out number 1. Middle of the infield at double play depth now, as the Knights looking for the 1-2-3. Steven Gonzalez Rodriguez trying to keep that ball low, as Colson Stolfus just flew out to right seconds ago. Colin Seawald now in the batter's box. He's looking for something he can elevate, and he finds it. Garcia chasing it deep to right. Home run number 4. When it's your day, it's your day. And it certainly looks like it is the Skipjacks' day here today, as that is runs number 9 and 10 on the big board, as the Skipjacks are now 3 runs away from a potential mercy rule victory here at the Castle. Really just awe-inspiring performance from the bats here at Chesapeake, as if you've been with this Knights team all season long, you know there are not a lot of home runs here at the hit at the Castle. So 4 home runs between 2 teams is impressive. 4 home runs on 1 team alone. That is, and they are swinging some big bats up there. 10-3 is now the score, as Colin Seawald scores 2 on 1 swing. Ariel Hernandez chases this one down. No, Garcia has it. It's another fly ball out, as now the Knights 1 out away from getting out of this inning with just a little bit of hurt. Problem is, they got to deal with a man who started the home run party, Carson Stroud. 1 for 2 with an RBI. He had home run number 1 of the day for Chesapeake. Gonzalez Rodriguez starts him off with the 0-1, but then moves it to 1-1 as he skips one by his ankles. Carson Stroud, the Chesapeake third baseman, looking for something through the zone this time around. Finds it, puts a charge into it, deep to left. LA is there near the foul line, and he has it with room to spare. 3 fly ball outs. Problem is, 1 of those fly balls sandwiched in between those 3 fly ball outs left the yard for 2 more runs. 10-3 on the big board now, as the Knights pushed further back and hope dwindling as now they have to deal with the mercy rule. So you're saying there's a chance. Well, there is certainly a chance. It's just looking like slim and none right now for this Knights team, the way the numbers are crunching. 10-3, the most important numbers, but dig a little deeper. The Knights 1 for 3 with 2 outs, 1 for 9 with runners on, 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position. They have got the leadoff man to go 2 for 5. And with runners on and less than 2 outs, they're currently 1 for 3. They're 0 for 0 with the bases loaded, but they've had the bases loaded twice. They walked in a run, or didn't walk in a run. They got a run on a wild pitch, and then they got caught leaning on a pickoff play. So they've had the bases loaded twice, came around to bring one runner in, not on their own, of course, but doesn't matter how you get them as long as you get them. And now the Knights getting close to getting one here as LA. Lauren Guerrera Guzman has a leadoff hit in the bottom of the 6th. The leadoff man now 3 for 6 on the day for the Knights. They always say, oh, good things come to an end. All bad things must come to an end as well. So those negative trends currently rolling for this Knights team, they could be coming to an end here as, oh my, the moment gets bigger. A leadoff single followed by a hit by pitch, and now quickly with no outs, the runners are piling up on the bases for the Knights. Lauren Guerrera Guzman had the single. Yariel Hernandez got hit by a pitch. I think that's the second time Yariel has been hit by a pitch, which is why the umpire taking a walk down to first base with him, making sure that comes to an end. Have a really hard time believing that was done with any malice whatsoever. In a game when you're up like this, the last thing you need is to spot your opponent extra base runners. One swing of the bat could score a few and change this game in a blink of an eye. As I said moments ago, the chances were down to slim and none for the Knights. They could be looking a lot prettier after a productive 6th inning here. 10-3 right now, no outs, runner at first and second. Orville DeJesus skies one into the benches behind the plate. Orville DeJesus 0 for 2 with a strikeout, hitting from the 8th spot. So number 9 hitter Yael Diaz right behind him, and then the top of the lineup. This is a moment building here for the Knights. Can they capitalize on it? DeJesus spits on that one just out of the zone. Count moves to 1-1. You heard the pop on the mitt there as Snyder had some gas, but didn't find the zone. The 1-1 pitch. Moves it to 2-1. Everybody moves up one. And he eats the throw. Hernandez and Guerrero Guzman quick on the jump there. It was no outs and runners at first and second. Now it's no outs, runners at second and third. My, oh my. What a moment here for the Knights. DeJesus swinging at that one and sending it to the same spot the last one ended up in. So DeJesus is underneath of these two pitches. Can he straighten it out and get the barrel on it? DeJesus down to his last strike. And he knuckles that one over to the third baseman. Out number one. Pop up. Weak contact created by Aaron Snyder. That was exactly what the doctor ordered. No chance for the runners to advance. Now he's thinking about the strikeout. Knights, of course, have other plans. Yael Diaz trying to execute. He's already got one hit today. Can he find a second? Yael Diaz is 1 for 2. A second hit could score 2 runs and get this to a 5-run game. Be a heck of a first step on the comeback trail as Diaz does find the hole. 1 run scores. Here comes a second to the plate. 1 hit, 2 runs. Knights staying alive. My goodness, what a game here between these two teams. Nobody going down quietly as the bats rolling on both sides. A total of 15 runs in this game. Knights hoping to find at least 5 more. They've got 2 outs to work with here in the bottom of the 6th. A runner at first in the top of the lineup here. And they are keeping their heads cool. Well aware that Snyder has a strong pickoff move. He's already caught 1 person leaning. Diaz, big secondary lead there. He's thinking about making the run. As even with the outs on the bases, you know the Knights not going to slow down, not going to stop being aggressive. Garcia watches one come through the zone. Count moves the 1-1 to the Knights leadoff man. Is 0 for 1, but he's gotten himself on a few times. Still looking for that first hit, though. There goes Diaz. Hit and run is on, and Garcia sends one foul. Diaz has to make the run back over to first. Diego Garcia down to his last strike now. As he is still looking for something he can elevate. Snyder wants the weak contact or the strikeout. Can he get it? Hit and run on once again. Garcia sends this one high into the outfield, though. Center fielder is in. Makes the out. As now there are 2 outs in the inning. Diaz was running on contact as the hit and run was on, but he got caught in the middle waiting to see if the out was going to be secured. Center fielder for the Skipjacks, Colson Stolfus, had to really get on his horse for that one, as that was a long ways away from where he started, but he did get to it, and Diaz had to get back to first. Manuel Augustini leads the team in batting average, also leading the team in on-base percentage here today. He's yet to make an out, yet to get a hit as well. He's 0 for 0 on the day. Augustini in the batter's box with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. Knights grab 2 runs already here in the inning, trying to grab a few more, looking for some 2-out magic. Augustini looking to score 2 for 1 there as he was sending that one to the parking lot behind us if he got a piece of it. What could have been, what might still be as the at-bat continues. Waiting for the 1-1. Who's going to grab the advantage? We'll wait a little longer. Oh my goodness, that was close. Diaz and the ball arriving practically at the same time, but I think he got the hand underneath because the throw took the first baseman off the bag just a bit. Oh my goodness, another what could have been moment. And Augustini, that hit him. He's hit by a pitch a second time today. You saw him brushed off the plate just a little bit, but it came in, hit the bicep. For a second time today in this inning, the Knights have 2 speedy runners on with a man at the plate who can score 2 on one swing of the bat. Joey Rosa 1 for 3 with a strikeout. Swinging at the first pitch, but finding the wrong side of the third base bag. The Knights' first baseman starts his at-bat 0 for 1. If Rosa could get himself on, not only could he score 2, he could really bring the dugout to life as the energy starting to change just a little bit in this game, but still down 5 runs on the big board. The Knights know they've got a lot of ground to make up and not a lot of time to do it. But you know the boys in the dugout are getting antsy, realizing the moment is right in front of them. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Can they capitalize? Can they execute? A lot of times you talk about sports, no matter what game it is that you're playing, you talk about execution, you talk about in-game adjustments, and it all circles right back to that first word, execution. Who's going to execute here? And right back to the pitcher, as you saw, Rosa leaning out on that one just a little bit. A tough moment there for him, in and out of the jam, skipjacks, forcing the Knights to strand 2 runners on, but the Knights do get 2 in the inning, inch a little bit closer. It is now 10-5 through 6 innings of play into the final 3 frames. Still anybody's ball game, so to speak. At least that's what the Knights are telling themselves. Will they be able to see the end of the comeback trail? Stick around with us and find out. First pitch swinging, Garcia trying to get to it. He made a great catch and right in a similar spot, but that one doesn't hang up in the air long enough for him to get to it. It is a first pitch swing and strike for Steven Gonzalez Rodriguez, working on his third inning of relief out of the bullpen for the Knights. That was his 45th pitch on the day, and number 46 was an absolute beauty. The bottom absolutely dropped out of that one. That was a Barry Zito level curveball. Can he do it again? Oh, he does, but this one bounces to the plate. Steven Gonzalez Rodriguez keeping his team in the game right now, but all in all, not getting the best of days out of the mound, or out of the bullpen, I should say. Oh, that one very close. Gonzalez Rodriguez gotten through 2 1/3 innings so far. He's given up 4 runs, 1 strikeout, and 2 walks issued. But it's been a tough day pitching for anyone on the mound for this Knights team. Not for lack of trying, as they've thrown a lot of strikes, but the Skipjacks are hitting those strikes, and Augustini hitting his spot there. A laser across the diamond for out number 1. Said the pitching numbers for the Knights not bad, throwing a lot of strikes. That's an understatement. They have thrown a whole mess of strikes, 71 strikes total. Out of the 122 pitches they've thrown, that is 58% of their pitches going for strikes. And that is great for your pitching staff, but it's also great for the guys at the plate as well, as they know the ball's coming through the zone and they're waiting on it and they are tattooing it. 4 home runs hit on the day for this Skipjacks team, but the Knights offense not going down quietly, not matching Chesapeake altogether, but close enough behind that hope still is very much alive. Grabbing 2 runs in the bottom of the 6th, moving it from 10-3 to 10-5. Doesn't seem like much as the Knights still down 5 big runs. Skipjacks slam-proof, so to speak, but if you've been with this Knights team all season long like we have here, you know they can get hot in a moment's notice, and you know they're also used to big comebacks and late inning comebacks. They had a come from behind opportunity earlier this week against Hagerstown. Actually went into extras twice against the Hawks. Of course, didn't get the results they were looking for, but just 2 examples right there of the kind of close contests the Knights have been in all game long. 31 victories don't happen by accident. And here we go, a big spot here, payoff pitch, sky high into Joey Rosa's glove for out number 2. Knights 1 pitch away from getting the 1-2-3. And this is a colossal moment in this game, as Hayden Askew is the number 9 hitter, or excuse me, that was Hayden Askew. So here comes the top of the lineup. Still a colossal moment. Just that much tougher of a moment. I thought it was going to be huge for him to make sure he got Askew at the plate and to make sure they didn't turn the lineup over. Well, I was 1 behind. Here comes the top of the lineup. Marcel Rosanova is 2 for 3 on the day with 2 RBIs and some runs scored as well. And that one bounces to the plate. Steven Gonzalez Rodriguez in a dangerous spot. I believe that's a 2-1 count now to Rosanova. The wind blowing out towards right field right now. That is in the direction of Rosanova's home run earlier. As now the count moves to 3-1 as Gonzalez Rodriguez misses on the outside. In danger of losing him, but also one pitch away if he can come back into the zone, and he misses on the outside, nibbling to the man who took him deep earlier. A third walk issued by Steven Gonzalez Rodriguez. Seven walks issued total by this Knights pitching staff. And the hand starting to come forward. Umpire says maybe you should have got the lumber off the shoulder, as that is a strike, young man. Quick throw over, not in time. Will Sherwood 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs. His RBIs coming back in the top of the second, as he doubled to right center. Sherwood swinging the bat that time. Garcia 1 step back, 2 steps in, 3 outs. As the Knights grab the 0 they were searching for. And the flame is still burning in this one for them. Hope still alive, down 5, but also down to their last 9 outs. Can they make them productive outs? Stick around with us and find out. And the action is underway once again here. We did some stretching in between the top and bottom half of the 7th inning. Sang our 2 favorite songs around these parts. Take Me Out to the Ball Game, and of course, Little Cotton Eye Joe. And hopefully that relaxed the boys just a little bit, as we are waiting to see if the Knights have an epic late inning comeback in their back pockets. Connor Bailey at the plate right now, 1 for 3 with an RBI and a strikeout. And he's starting in a good spot, 2-1 at the plate. The Knights starting in a good spot in this inning. Bailey, Parsons, and Guerrera Guzman, 4, 5, 6. 3 hits between these 3 gentlemen. And Bailey watches strike number 2 flutter through the outside portion of the zone. Count moves to 2-2 as Aaron Snyder is still on the mound for the Skipjacks. 2-2 pitch, and Bailey will watch it go to full count. A payoff pitch early in the inning, as Bailey will grip the lumber a little tighter. Snyder grips the ball a little tighter. And Bailey will take his base, as that is just what the doctor ordered for the Knights. Down 5 runs, in need of base runners. Grabbing one early with no outs. Here's Casey Parsons. Wearing the collar currently 0 for 3 with a K. No better time than right now to break out of that slump here. As Parsons watches one through the zone. Start him off at 0-1. Lauren Guerrero Guzman 2 for 3 on the day. Yariel Hernandez right behind him 1 for 1, as this is a productive part of the lineup. Now part of that is the skipjacks helping them out just a little bit. 5 walks issued by this skipjacks pitching staff, and more than a few hit by pitches as well. There's been a lot of free bases awarded to this Knights team, and Parsons looking to score 2 on one swing there. If he would have got a piece of that, he would have hit it over the scoreboard. Down to his last strike, though, as he swung over top of it. And Parsons staying alive, getting underneath of that one. But most importantly, getting a piece of it. It's an 0-2 count now to the Knights' designated hitter. Here's the 0-2. And Parsons knocked down, or knocked back, I should say, just a bit, but refusing to swing at the junk. A 1-2 count now. Parsons looking for something he can elevate. No outs in the inning. And he refuses to go fishing there. Count moves to even, 2-2. It was a walk to start things in the bottom of the 7th to Connor Bailey. Casey Parsons looking to continue the action here. Bottom of the 7th, here's the pitch, and we got back-to-back payoff pitches here. It was a full count to Connor Bailey, and now it's a full count to Casey Parsons. The 3-2 pitch. Parsons going down looking. He was headed down to first as he thought that was out of the zone. Umpire said nay. And now there is 1 out in the inning. And Lauren Guerrero Guzman steps into the batter's box. 2 for 3 on the day. It's his turn to look for something he can elevate now. LA awaits the first pitch, and he'll wait a little longer as Connor Bailey has to dive back to first. LA 2 for 3 in the batter's box right now in a huge spot. Knights down to their last handful of outs. Made their first out here in the 7th, so they've got 2 more to work with. And 3 in the 8th and 3 in the 9th. Add that all up. They've got 8 outs left to work with today. And 5 more runs to find. At least 5 more runs. Backs firmly pressed up against the wall right now, but hope still very much alive, as their bats have taken a turn here over the last inning and a half. Grabbing 2 runs in the bottom of the 6th. Trying to grab at least 1 more here in the bottom of the 7th. LA swinging for the fences. Up, and out of the castle! A 2-run home run for Lauren Guerrero Guzman. Home run number 2 on the day for the Knights. 6 total between these 2 teams, as that one makes it a save situation for the Skipjacks. Oh my goodness. What a game. Lauren Guerrera Guzman puts a charge into one and goes up and out of the castle, deep to right. There is still just one out in the inning, and we may see a new man on the mound for the Skipjacks when we return. This game has had more twists and turns than a Stephen King novel. Back and forth between these two teams. As we watch this game take another turn, this time in the direction of your CCBC Essex Knights. A 2-run home run from Lauren Guerrera Guzman moves the score to 10-7 on the big board and brings in a new man on the mound. Ryan Ludlow takes over pitching for Aaron Snyder. Both teams going to the bullpen now for a second time, and we may see the Knights go to the bullpen for a third time as they have new hope in this one. Yariel Hernandez 1 for 1 with an RBI, yet to make an out as he's been hit by a few pitches today. He's back in the batter's box and watching the count move to 2-1 as that one well out of the zone to the Knights center fielder. Yariel hitting from the 7 spot, so it's 7 and then 8 right behind him as Hernandez finds the hole up the middle. Yariel Hernandez really helping out his on-base percentage and his average as he's now 2 for 2 on the day. And once again, the Knights in need of base runners as they grab one there. Oh my, so you're saying there's a chance. Oh, there's a chance. It was slim and none earlier. Now it's looking a lot better than that. I'm no mathematician, so I won't try and guess the numbers. But the odds, I'm sure, looking better and better and better for this Knights team. Yariel Hernandez standing on first for now. Orville DeJesus at the plate for the Knights. You know the speedy runner at first going to be moving sooner rather than later. As the wind now blowing out to left field. And Ryan Ludlow unable to find the break on that one. Count is 1-1 to the Knights catcher, who's going to grab the advantage. DeJesus to the third baseman on the hop. There's one. How about a second? And no, it's in and out of the glove of the first baseman. A good, strong stretch. He got to it but could not hold on to it. That's Will Sherwood at first for the Skipjacks. And even though Orville DeJesus is the catcher for the Knights, he runs very well. He made that bang-bang. Showed all the boys and girls at home why hustle will get you mighty far in life. Orville DeJesus takes away the double play and instead makes it a fielder's choice. And here comes Yael Diaz. 2 for 3 on the day. Knights searching for some two-out magic and maybe finding one, as there will be no jump throw. An infield single. Marcelo Rosanova. Oh my, no one's guarding third. Oh, wow. Blink and you missed it. Now they're at the corners. What a game here. Not only was that an infield single for Yael Diaz, it brings up the top of the lineup, Diego Garcia. He is the potential game-tying run at the plate. They're at the corners with 2 outs. As the Knights search for more 2-out magic. Knights are currently 2 for 5 with 2 outs. Looking for hit number 3. Garcia searching for hit number 1 on the day. And that is a balk. Do they call it? They do. Everyone moves up 1. Wow, what a game. It takes another turn in the direction of the Knights. 2 runs for Essex in the 6th. Now 3 runs in the 7th. And it is now a 2-run game once again. Garcia still the potential tying run at the plate. Diaz coming to the plate. It's a 1-run game, and the tying run is standing on first. Oh my goodness. What a game here at the Castle. We are well through the beginning, middle, and now into the early stages of what looks like an instant classic. The Knights at one point down 7 runs, now just down 1. Manuel Augustini. Garcia running, and he's in safely at second. That game-tying run in scoring position. Garcia in with the stolen base. Manuel Augustini is 0 for 0 on the day. His on-base percentage immaculate. Can he get himself 1 hit and 1 RBI with 1 swing of the bat? Talked about when the dugout was going to come alive, and finally they have. We knew if they could take a few more steps on the comeback trail, inch closer into this game, you were going to hear from the boys in the dugout, and they were going to get fired up, and they are all the way fired up now. A brand new ball game here. 5 straight runs for this Knights team. 6 straight runs for this Knights team. And a 7th standing in scoring position right now. Silver lining, of course, for the Skipjacks is they do have 2 outs in the inning. They are just 1 pitch away from getting out of the jam. Augustini waits for the 3-1. Swings at that one. This is going to be a tough play. Garcia coming to the plate. We are tied. Oh my goodness. 7 straight runs for the Knights. Let's run down the hitting numbers currently for your CCBC Essex Knights. They're 3 for 6 with 2 outs, 5 for 18 with runners on, 2 for 11 with runners in scoring position. Most importantly, they've got the leadoff man to go 4 for 7 today. And with runners on and less than 2 outs, they're 2 for 5. Not great numbers, but they're doing enough to hang around in this one. 20 total runs between these two teams today, and we have yet to find a winner. You better call Grandma, as we are in the middle of an instant classic here. We are gonna find a winner. But when is that gonna come? Right now, the better question, is when is the final out of this 7th inning gonna come? Been sitting on 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th for a long time, as that one to the third baseman. Throw across the diamond is not in time. Here comes Augustini being waved to the plate. The Knights have their first lead of the day. 8 straight runs for Essex. Put it in play, and good things happen. Joey Rosa hit that one hard right to the third baseman. You knew that was going to be a tough play. It was bang, bang. It got away from Sherwood just a little bit. And Augustini, of course, with 2 outs, running on contact. And the speed of the Knights on display once again. What a game here at the Castle. Our best game of the season, and it's not even over yet. Though now the Knights turn their focus to creating some distance between themselves and the Skipjacks. 8 straight runs has a new leader on the big board now. Knights up 11-10. Connor Bailey at the plate, 1 for 3 with an RBI and a strikeout. Bailey, off the back of the pitcher. That's going to be a tough play, and there is no play. They're at the corners with 2 outs. Oh, my goodness. Sometimes you're on the mound. It's kill or be killed. And Ryan Ludlow has a jam that he's dealing with and a welt on his back he'll be dealing with later. And we may have a new man on the mound when the action resumes, as Chesapeake has some warm-up action going in the bullpen. And there's a meeting of the minds taking place on the mound right now. Just ran through the hitting numbers moments ago for Essex. Let's run through the pitching numbers for Chesapeake. 148 total pitches thrown. 54% of them have gone for strikes. 5 ground ball outs and 5 fly ball outs. And of course, the issue has been the leadoff man. 4 for 7 on the day. The leadoff man is for this Knights team, and now we will indeed see a new man on the hill for Chesapeake. A brand new game as the Knights enjoying their first lead of the day. 11-10 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. The twists and turns keep coming, and now they are all on the side of the Knights. 8 straight runs for your CCBC Essex Knights have them sitting pretty in this game. 11-10 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. And they have runners at the corners for Neymar Caldera, who is currently pinch hitting right now for the Knights. Will Hagan on the mound now for Chesapeake as Caldera continues the run for Essex. 1 run scores. They're at the corners again. No, they're sending Bailey as it gets away from the left fielder. A 2-run double for Caldera. Ten straight runs for the Knights. Still a save situation as we were counting outs for the Knights. What felt like just moments ago, now we'll count outs for the Skipjacks when they're finally able to get this 3rd out in the bottom of the 7th. They'll be down to their final 6 outs as now the Knights sitting pretty, up 3, and oh, now a 4th run 90 feet away. Caldera advances on the wild pitch as Lauren Guerrera Guzman is back at the plate. And remember, fans, he was what started this hot inning, what feels like a lifetime ago. He went yard earlier. The bottom of the 7th, scoring Connor Bailey. Connor Bailey, of course, has now come around to score a 2nd time in this inning. What a productive inning for this Knights team. Down 7 runs earlier in this game, now enjoying a 3-run lead. Oh, my goodness, what a game this has been. What a season this has been. What a week this has been. Remember, the Knights went into extras twice on Tuesday against Hagerstown. They were hoping for extras at one point earlier today. Now, looking to grab win number 32 on the season, potentially, if they're able to close things out and hold on to the win. Of course, the Skipjacks, they are not going to go quietly. The 0 that they were dealt in the top of the 7th broke up a run of 3 straight innings with at least 2 runs coming across to score. So, of course, they've got a very hot offense and 6 outs to work with. So, some insurance runs could be crucial here for the Knights. Wonder if we'll see a new pitcher on the mound for the Knights when the action resumes. Think it's safe to assume, but don't know for sure. We know for sure the at-bat's going to continue for LA. Lauren Guerrera Guzman waiting on the full pitch, on the full count pitch, excuse me. LA, 3 for 4 with 2 RBIs. He set himself up to maybe be the man of the match here today as he fouls off a very pretty pitch. The wind blowing in at the back of the pitcher, so if LA wants to hit one out again, he's going to really have to tattoo it. Here comes the full count pitch. And LA gets a piece of it. He has earned the right to see one more. Lauren Guerrera Guzman, 3 hits on the day already, set up to be the MVP of the day. Could put the dagger in the hearts of the Skipjacks with one more. 2 outs, 3-2 pitch. LA buckles a bit and takes his base. Too far inside, says the ump. And they're at the corners once again with 2 outs. LA tosses the baton and the bat down to Yariel Hernandez, who's 2 for 2 today. The inning continues for this Knights team. What a moment, what a game. Yariel Hernandez looking to continue things as they're at the corner, so LA goes. He's safe. Now the throw to second. Oh, they got him! Wow, I thought LA was in there safe. So close. I thought he beat the ball by half a step, but nay, says the ump. That's the 3rd out of the inning. And now it is 13-10 as we are through 7 innings of play. We have a new man in front in this one. The Knights enjoying their first lead of the day. Can they hold on to it and grab their 32nd win of the year? Skipjacks got 6 outs to work with. Can they find 3 more runs? We are just seconds away from hitting the 6:30 mark here on this Thursday afternoon, which means afternoon is turning to evening now, and the sun starting to come down. Running out of daylight and also running out of baseball here today as Skipjacks in a unfamiliar territory, now down for the first time today, as it is a 13-10 game as we are officially started here in the top of the 8th. A new man is on the mound for the Knights, Anthony VR. VR starts off in the 2-1 hole to Dalton Williams, who is 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Williams hitting from the 3 spot, so it's 3, 4, 5. All 3 of these gentlemen with at least 1 hit. As actually everyone in the Skipjacks lineup has at least 1 hit today. Total of 25 hits between these 2 teams to go along with their 23 runs. A tough day to be a pitcher and a tough moment there for Dalton Williams as he has to eat a little crow. Was ready to toss the bat, thinking he had been awarded first base. Instead, it's a full count pitch. And VR watches him go into the glove of Garcia for out number 1. Anthony VR battles back to grab a quick first out in the 8th. Skipjacks now down to their final 5 outs. Colas and Stolfus, 1 for 3. Chesapeake center fielder digging in with Colin Seawald right behind him, their right fielder. And VR misses the whole enchilada that time around. Throwing strikes has not been an issue for this Knights team. 141 pitches into the day for their staff. 56% of their pitches have gone for strikes. 4 ground ball outs, 14 fly ball outs, as the outfield has been very busy. Big difference between these two teams. 4 for 7. The Knights leadoff hitters are 2 for 8 on the other side. Skipjacks, everything coming with at least 1 out. And now there are 2 outs in the inning as Diaz charges on that one and quickly gets it out of his glove for out number 2. I love plays like that from the infield. So exciting watching the athleticism on display there, charging in on the ball and then quickly getting the ball in and out of the glove. Usually that throw is across the body as well, so showing off the athleticism and the cannon. Of course, an easy throw coming from second, but still impressive nonetheless. As the Skipjacks now down to their last 4 outs. Down to their final out in this inning as Colin Seawald digs in. 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs. If the Knights are able to find a 0 here, it would be only the 4th time today they've spotted a 0 on the board, as the offense has been productive all game long on both sides. Not a lot of zeros for either team. 5 total, 2 for Chesapeake defensively, 3 currently for the Knights. Both teams spotted each other zeros in the first. A 0 for Chesapeake back in the 3rd. 1 for the Knights in the bottom of the 5th, and then a big 0 in the top of the 7th. That really kicked the comeback hopes off as Garcia is back at the wall. And no, he's a couple of steps in front of the wall. Out number 3 in the 8th as Chesapeake down 3 runs and down to their last 3 outs, as the Knights 3 outs away from pulling off this epic comeback here at the Castle. And through most of this game, the Knights have been in need of runs, and now well, now they don't need runs at all. Of course, they would like a few more. A few extra insurance runs would make this no longer a save situation going into the ninth, but after playing catch-up through most of this game, down 3 early runs, and then at one point watching the Skipjacks make it a 10-3 game, the Knights have seen the other end of the comeback trail and now put a little bit of distance between themselves and the Skipjacks. And it went from being 10-3 Chesapeake to now 13-10 Essex. Ariel Hernandez is at the plate dealing with Will Hagan. Hernandez swinging at that one, finding the hole as Hernandez now has 3 hits on the day. Ariel Hernandez hitting in the leadoff spot in this inning, but hitting from the 7th spot in the lineup. So it's 7, 8, 9. 5 hits between these 3 gentlemen. And the top of the lineup right around the corner. So this Knights team looking for another big inning. Trying to leave no doubt. Got 2 runs in the bottom of the 6th and then 8 runs in the bottom of the 7th. And we feel like we are a ways away from those 2 runs back in the 6th that moved it to a 5-run game. I said back then when the Knights were able to get those 2 runs, I felt like that kept hope alive. And my, oh my, it did that and some. It kick-started the offense in a huge way. Batting around in the 7th, scoring 8 runs. A day that this Knights team will never forget if they're able to finish the job. Orville DeJesus 0 for 4 with a strikeout. Throw down to second is not in time as it's off Hernandez, and now he's moving over to third. As because it was off Hernandez, it moved over into the outfield. No outs, a runner 90 feet away. The Knights looking to make sure this is not a save situation going into the 9th. And as you see, the dust blowing through the infield. We play on real dirt here at the Castle, and also the wind is really starting to pick up. Got some storm clouds heading our way as well, as I do believe they're calling for some showers later today, potentially. Hernandez staying put over there at third as Orville DeJesus. Does he beat that out? He does not. And Hernandez is able to advance home on the confusion. Orville DeJesus with a productive out there. Trading 1 out for 1 run. The Knights will do that. Skipjacks none too pleased with it, I'm sure. Real problem for the Skipjacks is they got to deal with Yael Diaz now. This young man is 3 for 4 on the day. Big part of this Knights lineup that is just absolutely on fire. Yael Diaz 3 for 4 with 2 RBIs. Middle of the infield, touching the grass as they're waiting for something to be hit hard. Will Hagan started Diaz off with a strike and then bounces the next one to the plate. It moves to 1-1. Diaz waits for the next pitch, and that one is out of the zone. Back-to-back balls as Diaz grabs the advantage 2-1. Diaz swinging at that one, shortstop, has it, Rosanova, strong throw over to first in time. Marcelo Rosanova, it was on him in a hurry, and then it was out of his glove just as quickly. Now 2 outs in the inning. Will Hagen has to deal with the top of the lineup now. Diego Garcia, 1 for 3 on the day. An RBI as well for the Knights' leadoff man, hitting with 2 outs, maybe the last batter of the day for the Knights. (14-10) is our score currently. 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. Knights turning it over for the win in the 9th, and there it is, the hot corner sizzling there. Woody kept a cool head and also kept his hand right where he likes it, attached to his body, as he makes the catch for out number 3. And the Chesapeake Skipjacks had hopes of playing spoiler on the Knights, and those hopes are still alive, but they're down to their final 3 outs and in need of 4 runs, as the Knights are 3 outs away from pulling off this epic comeback. No doubles defense. That's what the coaching staff let the outfield know, as they are just steps away from the warning track, and we are just moments away from the end of this game, potentially. Ezekiel Rivas is on the mound. It is no longer a save situation, as the Knights grabbed 1 more in the bottom of the 8th and moved it to 14-10. The Knights are 3 outs away from seeing the other end of the comeback trail officially here, as at one point in this game they were down 10-3, and now, as I said moments ago, they are up 14-10. What a day here at the Castle. And aren't you glad you joined us from opening pitch? Never missing a beat of the action. It's been a great week of action all week here at the Castle, as the Knights started with a doubleheader on Tuesday. Didn't get the result that they were looking for against Hagerstown, but matched up with a tough foe, went the distance literally, as both games went into extras. And Connor Bailey grabs out number 1 here in the top of the 9th. In and out of his glove. Lickety split. Nicholas LaPetro going down on the ground out. Nicholas hitting from the 6th spot in the lineup for Chesapeake, so currently it's 6, 7, 8. All 3 of these gentlemen with at least 1 hit, as everyone in the Skipjacks lineup has at least 1 hit today. We'll see if they go to some pinch hitters, though. Stroud at the plate currently for the Skipjacks. He started the home run party with one way back in the early stages of this game. We've seen 6 home runs hit total between the two teams. 4 for the Skipjacks, 2 for your Knights. And a big part of the 24 runs we've seen total between these two teams. And Ezekiel comes through on the get-me-over pitch, moves it to 3-1. 24 total runs between the two teams, 26 total hits. It has been a day for offense as that one deep to left, going, gone. Another home run here today at the Castle. Now 5 hit for this Skipjacks team, 2 off the bat of Carson Stroud, as now it is officially a save situation. It's back to a 3-run game. Skipjacks take their first step on the comeback trail as Carson Stroud goes up and out of the Castle for the second time today. I gotta tell you, I don't know if I've ever seen this many home runs hit in a week here at Essex. 6 home runs in one day is really just, it is something to marvel at. The wind has certainly helped, as it has been a windy day all day, but you got to get it to send it up out of the Castle the way these boys are. And Augustini, out number 2. Ezekiel Rivas quickly puts that home run behind him, and now the Knights are 1 out away from pulling off the comeback and getting their 32nd victory on the year. Oh my goodness. What a game here, what a moment, what a week. And it's not even the end of the week here for athletics at the Castle. I'll tell you all about that in the closing moments of the game. But now, most importantly, the Knights looking to grab that third and final out. Ezekiel starts off with a strike. Comes back with one that hits into the outfield. Hernandez is there. Couple of steps in front of the warning track. Out number 3. Comeback pulled off. 14 runs for this Knights team. The final score in this one, 14-11. What a tremendous comeback here for your Essex Knights. What a tremendous week of baseball it's been. And we are going to close out this week of athletics with some playoff lacrosse this Saturday. Rivalry renewed. Your CCBC Essex men's lacrosse team hosting their most bitter rival, the Fighting Owls of Harford Community College. The NJCAA tournament officially starts this Saturday. Quarterfinal action at 1 o'clock here live at the Castle. Please join us live here at the Castle if you can. And if you can't, join us on YouTube, your home for all of the Knights' home games. The next time you can join us for baseball will be this upcoming Monday against the College of Southern Maryland Hawks. Until then, thanks for joining us all week. Have a great weekend. And until next time, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.